Limit mo nga pa yung sinabi.
Pesertanya berapa? 71 lumayan, ayo. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat as the opening ceremony. My voice clear. Yes, we'll start the opening ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala bless us with His mercy and give us health, protection, and happiness. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Welcome to World Conference Blue Economy, Green Economy, and Digital Business Towards Sustainable Development, December 17, 2021. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we start this event, we would like to pray together to Bapak Zazala. Please to be able to recite prayer.
Baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil karim Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Hadirin yang kami hormati, izinkan saya memimpin doa pada pagi hari ini, dalam acara ini, dalam tata cara Islam. Bagi yang beragama lain, kami persilahkan berdoa menurut tata cara dan keyakinan Bapak dan Ibu masing-masing. Astaghfirullahalazim, astaghfirullahalazim, astaghfirullahalazim. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma ighfir lil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat kulli syai'in qadir. Rabbana dzunubana wa liwa ikhwanina alladzina sabaquna bil iman. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, kami hamba-Mu yang lemah ini memohon kepadamu, niscaya Engkau kabulkan ya Allah, karena hanya kepadamu lah kami menyembah dan memohon pertolongan ya Allah. Pada hari ini kami bersama menghadiri acara World Conference Blue Economy, Green Economy, and Digital Business Toward Sustainable Development. Seraya memohon kepadamu ya Allah akan keberkahan dalam acara ini. Maka dari itu ya Allah, berikanlah kelancaran dan keberkahan ilmu pada jalannya acara ini. Ya Allah, tiada kesempurnaan dalam doa kami, karena kami hanyalah manusia yang tidak sempurna. Maka sempurnakanlah doa kami. Ya Allah, terimalah doa dan permohonan kami. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Zara, for that prayer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as the start of our opening ceremony, we will sing together our national anthem, the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
Okay, a very good morning to everyone. Miss Ella, how are you today? Everything good?
Everything is all right today.
Okay. So we would like to again welcome everyone to the second day of Erasmus Plus program, Jamone Activity 2021, the World Conference with the theme of Blue Economy, Green Economy, and Digital Business towards Sustainable Development. And today we will have several speakers coming from various countries. First of all, from Indonesia, of course, and then next we have speakers from which country, Bu Elo?
We have, sorry. Okay, I'll unmute my microphone. We have from Indonesia, Italy,
From Kosovo.
Yes, we have Kosovo, yeah.
Yes.
And then United Kingdom.
And then we have our colleagues from Pakistan as well today. So we are looking forward for you all to enjoy the ride today. And let's move on to our keynote speech for our second day. I would like to invite the Honorable Vice Rector of Narotama University, the Chairman of World Conference, Dr. Muhammad Iksan Setiawan STMT, to convey the speech today. Okay, Pak Iksan, are you here with us? Pak Iksan?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ani.
Yes, the stage is yours, Pak.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pagi, Om Swastiastu dari Bali, from Bali. We are live here from Ubud, Bali, also from Surabaya, Indonesia. So we make it a hybrid World Conference, not only in one city, but two cities in Indonesia. On behalf of the World Conference and Narotama University, I express our deep appreciation to the conference organizing committee, also to organizing partner, to the authors, keynote speakers, and also all participants to support this World Conference. We hope we will be the great successful conference. Yeah. This World Conference Erasmus Plus program, Jamone Activity 2021, theme are Blue Economy, Green Economy, Digital Business toward Sustainable Development at December 16 and 17, 2021. This World Conference will address many of issues in blue economic, green economic, digital economic, also in sustainability and industry. So we have a lot of keynote speakers that will be send the papers and keynote speak to you. Compare in Indonesia, case study, also compare with the other country, especially with the EU countries. In day one, we have 10 national, international keynote speakers from 5 countries, include Rector Mahasaraswati, Rector Dwi Jendra, President MAC Malaysia and UTHM, President World Student Award and UPSI Malaysia, also from Mehran University, University of Civism and Modern Science Pakistan, also from Asian Society for Science, Engineering and Technology, also from our college from Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and University Science Malaysia. Then the last day, the day 2, we have 8 national international keynote speakers from 5 countries, include from Bank Central Asia, BCA, University of Calabria, Italy, University Haxi Zeka, Kosovo, Academy of Business and Retail Management, London, UK, also from the Montfort University, Leicester, UK, and Quest Nawabshah, Pakistan. We are the committee hopes you will have a wonderful experience at the World Conference, and also as the conference host, I would say thank you, and we hope all of you enjoy this conference, and don't forget to join our next conference at February 2022. So that's all from me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that this seminar is not talking only about academia, giving contributions to society, but also business practitioners. And now we would like to hear a keynote speech from one of the business practitioner and also our very good trusted colleague regarding seminar and also so many events that we have held before. So please welcome Mr. Dr. Andes Ece Inyoman Sudapat MM. He is the director of Surabaya TV, one of our sponsor for today. Not only today, actually, so many events that we have held, we have already been cooperating with Surabaya TV a lot. And we would love to hear from Bapak Nyoman how he feel about this seminar. So Pak Nyoman, are you here with us? Pak Nyoman?
Yes.
Okay, so the stage is yours. Can you please unmute the microphone?
Belum di-unmute.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today and welcome you all to the second day of Dynamos, which titled Blue Economic Green, the Blue Green Economic and Digital Business toward Sustainable Development. My name is Nyoman Sudapat as Director of Surabaya Television. On behalf of Surabaya Television, we are pleased to convey our full support to this event as it will sternly brings more development and science and best practice in academic and practical field. I'm wishing all the best for all speakers today and hoping to you all will enjoy the ride. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Nyoman, for the kind speech to add up our excitement of our second day of the seminar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to move to our first session of speakers for today. So, Ms. Alok, who is our first speaker for today?
Okay, I will invite Dr. Andes Iwayan Resna, Astara SHMU, Head of LPPM, Universitas Marwadewa, Denpasar.
Okay, Dr. Wayan, are you here with us?
I think he is not joining with us today.
Okay, we can move on, I think.
Okay, I will call the next speaker, Dr. Putu Ketrameni, SAMM, Fakulty Economic Business from Universitas Saraswati Denpasar.
Okay, Dr. Putu Ketrameni, are you here with us? If you are, please respond. Not available. All right, let's move on then.
Please invite Dr. Putu Ika Wahyudi, SAMMENT, Master of Engineering Study Program, Infrastructure and Environment, Universitas Marwadewa, Denpasar.
Okay, Dr. Putu Ika, are you here with us? Dr. Putu Ika.
She already joined with us in this room, but she's not
Responding yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Ibu Ika.
Dr. Putu Ika, can you please respond?
Yes.
And meanwhile, we are waiting for Dr. Putu Ika to respond. We would like to also announce that this seminar is co-funded by Erasmus Plus program of the European Union, and this is a cooperation between Narotama University and Rudan University. So we see here that Ibu Ika is already sharing the presentation, yeah? Okay, and this session will be chaired by Miss Intan Maulina, SPMA,
Yes.
from University of Dwi Jendra. Miss Intan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here,
Okay,
Miss
so
Ani.
it's a pleasure for us, for you to be the moderator today. Okay, please, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. For this presentation, allow me to guide this event. My name is Intan Maulina from Dwi Jendra University. Welcome to presenter and participant at a World Conference, Blue Economy, Green Economy, and Digital Business Towards Sustainable Development. The presenter today, first presenter is Dr. Insinyur Putu Ika Wahyuni ST MSI MT. She is a Master of Engineering Study Program Infrastructure and Environment, Warmadewa University, Denpasar. Time is yours, Miss Ika. You have 15 minutes to present the topic.
Oke. Thank you. Terima kasih ya atas waktunya. Mungkin kalau saya pakai bahasa Inggris lama sekali saya harus menjelaskan. Jadi sekali lagi kepada panitia kami ucapkan terima kasih. Jadi saya memberikan hari ini memberikan materi yang kondisi terjadi di lapangan. Jadi berkaitan dengan kendala-kendala lapangan dalam penerapan green konstruksi menuju ekonomi hijau. Oke, next. Kita mengetahui bahwa revolusi industri telah berlangsung abad 18 dan kondisinya sudah mengalami perubahan. Jadi sejak tahun 1987 telah diterapkan pembangunan yang berkelanjutan dengan konsep sustainable development. Namun secara konsep ini belum dapat dikatakan berhasil. Karena apa? Karena kita melihat bahwa revolusi industri masih mengakibatkan pembakaran hutan, kemudian kerusakan lingkungan, dan adanya pencemaran di kawasan industri, sehingga berdampak pada revolusi industri itu kepada perubahan iklim atau climate change, dan bisa kita lihat dampaknya itu ada banjir bandang, perubahan iklim, kemarau ekstrim, kemudian curah hujan. Beberapa teori mendasar yang bisa kita ambil saat ini, mungkin kita kembali pada teori ekonomi yang diterapkan oleh seorang profesor dari Oxford University, yaitu Piet Reuter. Dia menyebutkan bahwa ekonomi akibat revolusi industri atau kondisi pandemi COVID-19 itu disebabkan oleh banyaknya pemangku kebijakan dari segala penjuru dunia harus berpikir ulang tentang model ekonomi yang paling tepat untuk diterapkan. Nah, untuk model donat ekonomik ini, kita menempatkan bahwa social foundation atau fondasi sosial itu berada di tengah-tengah. Kemudian daya dukung lingkungan bumi kita ada di sekitar itu. Jadi itulah batasan yang paling mendasar yang harus kita gunakan sehingga kita tidak melewati daya dukung daripada lingkungan tersebut. Nah, kemudian harapan kita dalam transformasi ekonomi 2021 ini, jadi dari industri hilir itu mulai menggunakan energi yang ramah lingkungan, kemudian UMKM banyak menggunakan metode digitalisasi, kemudian nanti akan kita menemukan ekonomi hijau yang lebih maju. Nah, kemudian kalau kita berpikir pada green ekonomi kita, ada di sini 4 bidang yang saya rangkum. Yang pertama itu adalah roda kehidupan pribadi kita, seperti sampah, transportasi, konsumsi energi listrik. Inilah yang harus kita angkat kembali dan kita evaluasi kembali, sehingga kita bisa menjadi manusia pribadi yang lebih ekonomis. Kemudian dalam kegiatan roda UMKM, ini bermuara pada transaksi digital, menggunakan produk-produk transaksi digital, kemudian menciptakan produk yang sudah ada nilai tambahnya, kemudian ada kreativitas dalam kemasan, kemudian di sini akan menampung tenaga-tenaga kerja baru yang memiliki kemampuan daya serap teknologi seperti coding dan seterusnya. Kemudian khusus dalam kegiatan industri pembangunan, yaitu proyek-proyek industri, ini mulai menerapkan rencana keselamatan konstruksi, yaitu K3, keselamatan kesehatan kerja, ya, yang lebih meningkat lagi. Kemudian metode kerjanya bisa mempergunakan building information management. Kemudian dalam perencanaan konstruksinya dia menggunakan metode green konstruksi. Nah, kemudian kalau dalam roda industri itu adalah penggunaan bahan bakar minyak yang harus dilakukan dari kebijakan dan pemerintah bagaimana mereka membuat perundang-undangan. Nah, kemudian saya menampilkan kendala penerapan ekonomi hijau itu khususnya green konstruksi pada kondisi saat ini. Yang pertama adalah dalam kondisi pandemi 19. Proyek banyak sekali mengalami pemangkasan anggaran, kemudian terjadi kesulitan mobilisasi, baik alat kerja, karena transportasinya terhambat, dan bahkan kesulitan mendapatkan transportasi ke wilayah kerja. Kemudian tenaga skill juga sulit didatangkan karena transportasinya juga mengalami kesulitan akibat penerbangan yang sedikit. Kemudian prosedur bepergiannya juga sulit, penerapan tes PCR, kemudian penerapan tes yang lainnya. Kemudian ada yang belum vaksin dan seterusnya. Kemudian bahan baku dari pada material di lapangan juga transportasinya mengalami kesulitan, terlambat, bahkan menunggu. Nah, kemudian di samping itu juga ada penerapan proyek padat karya dari pemerintah, di mana mesin-mesin dikurangi. Nah, kemudian dampak lain terjadi redesign karena timbulnya pemangkasan anggaran tadi, sehingga menimbulkan perpanjangan waktu. Kemudian yang kedua adalah dampak dari pemanasan global. Saat ini kita mengalami curah hujan yang cukup tinggi, hampir 70% meningkat dari yang biasa terjadi. Nah, kemudian ada kendala lain, yaitu kendala kontrak birokrasi, di mana kebanyakan proyek saat ini dikerjakan dengan single years, sehingga waktu Desember ini sangat mengejar daripada kontraktor untuk menyelesaikan pekerjaannya. Kemudian bagaimana penerapan peraturan pada proyek-proyek strategis maupun proyek yang tidak strategis, di mana tetap lingkungan sosial itu tetap harus diutamakan, yaitu pemerataan dan mensejahterakan masyarakatnya. Nah, ini saya mengambil hasil dari penelitian daya serap pekerja lokal untuk beberapa 3 kasus proyek lah yang berada di NTT. Di sini saya melihat bahwa seperti tadi saya sampaikan bahwa lingkungan sosial itu sangat penting untuk dibahas di sini, karena dialah sumber utama dan tujuan dari pembangunan itu adalah pemerataan dan mensejahterakan. Nah, di dalam satu proyek persemaian modern di Labuan Bajo, ini saya melihat bahwa tenaga kerja lokal masih sedikit terserap, yaitu 40%, kemudian dari asal pemenang tender kebetulan dari Sumatera itu sebesar 10%, kemudian 50% adalah tenaga Jawa dan Sumatera. Kemudian di pelabuhan dan venue Labuan Bajo itu tenaga lokalnya terserap 25%, kemudian dari asal pemenang tender kebetulan BUMN itu membawa 30%, dan Jawa dan Sumatera dari Jawa dan Sumatera itu 45%. Kemudian khusus untuk rumah susun NTT ini lebih tinggi sedikit tenaga kerja lokalnya, yaitu 43%, kemudian asal pemenang tendernya 14%, dan dari Jawa dan Sumatera itu 43%. Nah, bagaimana solusi nanti ke depan yang bisa kita terapkan? Sedangkan kita ini harus memberikan transfer kesejahteraan bagi masyarakatnya, itu pertama. Kemudian kita harus memberikan transfer teknologi kepada masyarakat di sekitar. Nah, sehingga ada beberapa skema yang kita bisa rangkum di sini. Yang pertama adalah teknologi modular, kemudian yang kedua adalah sistem informasi manajemen, kemudian yang ketiga adalah menambahkan tim manajemen konstruksi dengan skema bahwa pekerjaan konstruksi terintegrasi dengan rancang bangun, di mana kemampuan tim teknis harus sama dengan kemampuan tim konsultan manajemen yang ditugaskan, sehingga dalam redesign kontraktor dapat berinovasi secara maksimal, sehingga waktu daripada penyelesaian tender yang single years itu dapat terselesaikan. Kemudian melakukan green konstruksi, efisiensi dari desain struktur, kemudian penggunaan energi, kemudian penggunaan air bersih, dan efisiensi material. Ini akan dimungkinkan apabila kita semua berkomitmen melaksanakan transfer teknologi untuk pekerjaan konstruksi yang ada di Indonesia, utamanya Indonesia bagian timur. Jadi demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Mungkin hasil penelitian tadi belum sempurna, semoga nanti kita bisa dapat masukan untuk lebih menyempurnakan lagi. Sekian dan terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. Terima kasih, Bu Ika. Thanks, Miss Ika. Thanks for nice presentation from Mrs. Ika. She explained about green economy and the problem in Indonesia. The problem are about contract, bureaucratic, and human resource issue. For the participant, have you any question? If you have any question, you can write in the column chat. Because there are no questions, the time I will give for Mrs. Ani. Who is the next speaker? Mrs. Ella? Who is the next speaker? Please wait a moment, Miss Ibu Ika. Mrs. Ella? Okay, thanks for Ibu Ika. Ibu Ika Wahyuni, STM SIMT, thanks for the nice presentation. We will, for next speaker, Mrs. Ella, are you here with us? Hello, Mrs. Ella.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I cannot open my cam. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
no problem.
Okay, this is the certificate of appreciation. The certificate proudly presented to Dr. Insinyur Putu Ika Wahyuni, STM SIMT, for your recognition as a keynote speaker in Erasmus Plus Program Jamone Activity 2021. Thank you once again, Ibu Ika. Okay, I will call for the next speaker. Please invite Dr. Igusti Agung Teja Kusuma, SAMM, Head of Master Management, Universitas Mahasaraswati, Denpasar. Okay, I will check the participant. I think he's not joined with us today. So, Ibu Intan.
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Igusti Agung cannot join with us.
Yes.
So we will continue to the parallel session. You will still as a moderator for the parallel session. I will call the participants. Okay, for the parallel sessions, I will invite Tommy Michael. His paper entitled Outline Form of Government Regulating the Economy in Indonesia Proceedings Focus Index. So I will call again Tommy Michael. Are you with us? I think he's not joining us. Okay, I will call for the next speakers. Muhammad Arif Kalingga. The paper entitled Assessing Carbon Stock Estimation on Seagrass Ecosystem in Coastal Coast of South Sulawesi. For Mr. Muhammad Arif Kalingga, are you with us? Okay, maybe still find a way to join with us. I will call the next parallel speakers. I will invite Ibu Eti Widawati, SOS MSE. Her paper titled Differentiation Strategy of Tofu and Tempeh Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises for Food Security during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ibu Eti Widawati, are you with us? Ibu Eti. Okay, Ibu Intan, I will ask you for a few minutes. Yeah, I will coordinate with the committee. all the okay. Ibu Intan, we will try to contact the para speakers. Yeah, maybe for about 10 minutes. Yeah. So I think we will make a break for about 10 minutes. Yeah. We will back at 10 minutes. I hope all the speakers will be here.
Okay, Miss Ella.
See you soon. Okay. Ibu Intan. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to parallel session. We have one speaker in the parallel session, Ibu Intan.
Yeah.
Are you with us?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we have one speaker in our parallel sessions, Ibu Eti Wijawati. Okay. Time is yours, Ibu Intan.
Good afternoon, Ibu Eti Wijawati. Are you here with us? Ibu Eti Wijawati?
Yeah, I think she is still prepared for the presentation. Yeah, we will wait for her
Yes.
a while. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ibu Eti Wijawati.
Yes, good afternoon.
You can start for your presentation for 15 minutes.
Okay. This is my, sorry. This is my, I need to do it.
You can share your presentation.
Yes. Okay. Differentiation strategy of tofu and tempe micro, small, and medium enterprise for food security during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Ibu Eti, can
Yes.
you share your PowerPoint?
Yes. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Okay. This is my paper. Abstract purpose to achieve the level of prosperity is not an easy thing. Becoming an entrepreneur is not an alternative profession, but being an entrepreneur is a strategic choice that must be made with a firm and strong determination. Finding the essence of entrepreneurship is to build an entrepreneurial atmosphere so that students like challenge, are creative, innovative, and have the courage to take manage risk. Research limitation imagine is if all graduates in Indonesia had entrepreneurial characters, of course, Indonesia will rise to become an authoritative country in the eyes of the world. Indonesia will have strong competitiveness, its economy will be independent, and its image will improve. Practical implication, the formulation of the problem in this study is how the entrepreneurial attitude of student so far and how the needs of teacher and student for teaching material that can improve the entrepreneurial attitude of student. Next, background. The government continues to increase the prevention of coronavirus, which is currently at large-scale social restrictions. According to Minister of Health Regulation number 9 of concerning PSBB guidelines in the context of acceleration handling of COVID-19. It includes quarantine activities of residents in an area suspected of being infected. It limits the movement of people and goods for a particular province, district, and city. As pandemic attacked the Ministry of Cooperative and state that there are 3,700 seriously impact. The details are experience a decline in sales, 22% had financing difficult, 15% had problem with the distribution of goods, and 4% lack raw material. This problem is increasing widespread if associated with the policy in several other areas, resulting in many people staying at home. No less than 106 million workers have been laid off, given the weak financial liquidity and heavy labor costs. They explain several solutions to maintain the performance of all business, such as strict health protocol, delay, and the payments, financial assistance, and structural policy. At the same time, the long-term strategy focus on the introduction of digital technology, as well as preparing to enter the industry. First, there is no need to panic and always be vigilant. Second, think positively and believe that there is an opportunity in every crisis. Third, it related to the adaptation strategy and the suitability of the business model with current condition. The short-term and long-term strategy must be prepared while hoping for a vaccine to be found and mass-produced soon. Next, problem identification. Do the product quality and image differentiation strategy have a significant effect on food security? Research the study is to apply a differentiation development strategy for sustainable competitiveness through product improvement, quality advancement, image breakthrough with the same type of product from Kediri, Jombang, and Sumedang. Literature differential strategy is a way to achieve long-term goals, such as geographical expansion, diversification, acquisition, product development, market penetration, employee rationalization, divestment, liquidation, and venture. Is it a comprehensive and integrated plan that links the strategic advantage with environmental challenge to reach primary object? According to Kertajaya, of the effort create uniques with other to provide the best value for consumers. Product distinction, here the company creates new exceptional ones in terms of quality to support the position in the market. The comparison can be with alternative ones. The quality reflects how a product can be appropriately used and trust until the end of time. Budiono argued that the most important determinant of new product success and profitability is standing. The ones with uniques and differentiation are the hallmark of a company. Food security, according to Ross, food security is a condition when everyone at all time has access to and control over food in sufficient quantity and of good quality for an active and healthy life in Indonesia. It is stated in law number 7 of 199, which explains the 5 parts: availability, fulfillment of sufficiency in terms of quantity for the community, plants and animals. Health, standard must be reasonable and fit for human consumption to meet the needs of carbohydrate, protein, fat, vitamin, and mineral. Safety, it means that there are no harmful ingredients that can harm human health. For even distribution, people can find it easily everywhere. 5, affordable, it is available at a reasonable price. Next, framework of thinking. Research method, research in descriptive to analyze the data without intending to make generalization. The approach used is qualitative to understand the underlying meaning of human behavior. Place and time of research, the object was Tofu Industrial Center in Sidoarjo. Population and sample, it combines all elements such as event, things, or people with similar characteristics that become a research universe. In comparison, the sample is a subset of the population. Data analysis, the qualitative research method is a study to examine the condition of natural object, where the researcher in the critical instrument, Sugiono, according to Moleong, it is to understand what is experienced by the subject. It includes behavior, perception, motivation, action, and other holistically and descriptively. It is in the form of words and language in a particular context that is reasonable by utilizing various natural methods. The type of data and data source is measurement of qualitative data. Collection technique, interview. Next, discussion. The study identify the importance of product differentiation using a case study and data collection techniques using snowball samplings through interview, observation, and document study. The research show that isn't an effective solution to increase the competitive advantage of production for food security. Product differentiation, according to Kotler and Armstrong, include privilege, performance, style, and design. The implication of the research is to make a positive contribution to the government to pay more attention to the local potential by creating new and more productive business opportunities with high economic value. At the same time, it empowers the surrounding community as subject in the business by establishing partnership according to Kertajaya. Generic define, unique, and integrating content, context, and offering infrastructure to customer. Offer must be completely different in what and how to offer, where the infrastructure must be possibility for the company. Furthermore, Kertajaya stated that distinction is none of the, then every effort to incorporate them as far as possible. The context and infrastructure must be excellent. So the promises made are reflected in positioning the product, brand, and company. Opinions of research informant one producer in terms of specificity are the uniques of the product compared to its competitor in terms of shape, design, and packaging made of plastic, standing pouch, and leaves. Another strategy to support product differentiation is to use high quality and expensive soybean and adopt the production style from Malang and Pekalongan. Is it that the same time a differentiator of our product with others? The opinion about packaging in the form of design and other local potential was expressed by the second informant reseller. It adopted the production technique from Malang and Pekalongan. Not all consumers like them and know about the manufacturing adopting from Malang. Therefore, the seller outsmart it by buying and reselling the two adopted product twice. Another opinion that support the importance of differentiation strategy was put forward by the third informant consumer. The main attraction of tempeh and tofu is the excellent quality of soybean, lasting up to 7 days and affordable selling price between 300 until 500, according to the quality of the material. Imported ones from America and of good quality. However, some consumers are not satisfied with the reduced size at the price during this pandemic. Finally, an interview conducted by the author with entrepreneurs revealed that soybean consumption before the pandemic could reach 1 ton per month compared to only 300 until 500 kilo today. A suggestion: business owners must produce expansional product or create new strategy so that consumers are loyal. Second, they have to focus on running the business even though there are many competitors. 3, entrepreneurs should provide online media service for easy buying. 4, financial statement must be recorded to know business performance. Applied marketing strategy should be. Thank you.
Thanks to Miss Eti Widawati for the nice presentation. She explained about tofu and tempeh.
Right.
Yes. Where are you from, Miss Eti Widawati? Are you from university? What is your institution?
I can hear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay. For participant, have you any question for Miss Eti Widawati? Maybe for participant, if you have any question, you can write in chat column. Because there are no question for participants. Miss Elok, thanks for the time for me to guiding this session. Thanks, Miss Eti Widawati, the time.
Okay.
Miss
You're
Elok?
welcome.
Yes. Thank you, Ibu Intan, and thank you, Ibu Eti.
Yes, thank you. You're welcome.
Yes, we will see you again in the next international conference.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, After this, we will have a break after 2:15, yeah, 2:15 Bali time. Okay. So after this, we will back at 2:15. So everybody, you can have a break for Salat Jumat and then lunch. Okay. We will see you soon after the break. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. या पाण फ्री थी हलूं मैम दे चवण असांखे ॿुधाए थोरो हा कल करे सो आज करे सो बि मुझे थोड़ी गाइडलाइन वठो न पाके कैरियर काउंसलिंग जे हिसाब से त का शे खबर कोने का त केड़ी उन का पो डिपार्टमेंट का पो छा करे सके तो जॉब के हमले का खबर कोने का अञा केड़ी खबर ताहा के खबर जो कि अफजल और मीर आलो छाई तो वर्ड पीपीटी ठाड़ी दी सरकार ने एमए साहब जो एचआर अधिकारी जना वो प्रोफेशनल है ये गाली की बात ट्रीट टू वर्क कर है बदल गए जैसे सचिव एक्सचेंज एमएस पीपीटी है एमएस साहब पीपीटी वर्ड एक्सरसाइज बीएड वाले को मुझे तो अच्छे जिस ये सजो को बच्चे लोग था के सिखा रहा है आई एम जूनियर पढ़ का के सिखा जिससे कामरान हाँ अनमोल जो टिप्स
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Halo, masih sepi.
Anan, 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 aku nggak mau pakai ini. Tapi satu gini. Nggak usah pakai ginian. Ambroan.
Iya, soalnya banyak orang makan di belakang, Bu.
Iya, tapi terus gimana caranya biar nggak ambruk? Ditaliin di tiang apa gimana gitu? Aku harus telepon anak-anak. Aku telepon dulu ya, Bu.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back quite short because this is already 2:20 p.m. by the time. So you get into the final or semi-final. Right? You get into the final or semi. Okay, so you need to reply the email because committee is waiting. Okay, that's why I'm telling you. We will still wait for our keynote speaker. So please be wait a little moment because it's contact with the keynote speaker. Thank you.
English is my second language. As a vlogger, I deal with social media
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We were having break before this for a few hours, and I hope now you are feeling fresh and ready to get on in the second section of the seminar on day 2 of the World Conference Erasmus Plus Program Jean Monnet Activity 2021, Blue Economy, Green Economy, and Digital Business Towards Sustainable Development. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I would like to check whether Professor Dr. Palto Ranjandata is already with us. Prof, are you with us, Prof?
Oh, yes. Very good morning from London. I'm here. Thank you.
Good morning. It's afternoon here in Bali. A very
okay,
great
yes.
view in Ubud. Yes. Okay, so since our first 3 speakers is not joining us yet, we are still contacting them. Would you mind to deliver the first presentation, Prof?
Oh, yes, I'm ready. Let me share my screen.
Yes. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do welcome Professor Dr. Palto Ranjandata. He is from Academy of Business and Retail Management, London, United Kingdom. I'm so sorry, Prof. I think the institution is not yet changed here in the profile, but you may explain a little bit about your institution during the presentation. Okay. Thank you. The stage is yours, Prof.
Yes, I'm going to now share the screen.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, we can see it clearly. Maybe you can make a slideshow to make a full vision.
Shall I make the full? Let me do. Is it better now?
Oh yes, definitely, Prof.
Okay. Good morning from London, and I'm sure that it is a good afternoon, or maybe somewhere is good evening. I'm so honored and delighted to be part of this very interesting August Hybrid Mode Conference, which is happening now and started yesterday. The topic, which is very interesting topic, Blue Economy, Green Economy, and Digital Business Toward Sustainable Development. Now, I'm representing the Center for Business and Economic Research here in London. I'm the head of these organizations. We just are focusing on research and development worldwide, publications and training of executives and so on. Same time, I'm also a senior lecturer in strategic marketing and the research methodology. I would like to convey my special thanks to Professor Muhammad Khan Pathan for his kind invitation and facilitation to share some of my thoughts with you at this event now. So, ladies and gentlemen, honorable chair of this conference and also the chair of this session, let me start. That you can see from my slide, the topic is, today's topic is heptagon of successful green entrepreneurial mindset. I felt that when you talk about the blue economy, green economy, and digital business towards sustainable development, there are few things coming in our mind. One is that the world is moving and changing so rapidly. The 2 most important aspects we have to look at, one is that innovations and change. I go back to Darwinian principle that either innovate or change or die. And hence I felt that one of the most important characteristics is that our mindset has to be changed. How we can bring a positive mindset, a growth mindset within the entrepreneurship, within the entrepreneurial spirit. And I felt that if the businesses can change, if the people can change, we'll be able to change our dimension of blue economy, the dimension of green economy, and we can maintain the sustainability of the world. Now, if we look at the key concept of this presentation, blue economy, yes, you all understand that it is a long-term plan and sustainability plan for promoting sustainable economic growth, and that is based on ocean activities or function, and also to not only this sustainability of the ocean related activities, but same times we can protect the human well-being, social fairness, and also environmental protections. When you talk about the green economy, I think everything is green now. Our mindset are also green. Our businesses are green. The world is green. Everything looking, and you have seen that recently just happened, COP26. All are talking about how we can maintain the world, fairer world, how we can maintain the society more fairer, and how we can make the economic growth more sustainable each and everywhere, not only for developed nations, also for developing, least developing nations too. And sustainability, that is one of the goals set by United Nations, 17 sustainability goals. And we thought all this can be happened. We can maintain the blue economy, green economy, and more importantly, sustainability of the world once we understand the dynamics of the entrepreneurship, and we can develop, nurture, maintain a positive entrepreneurial mindset. I call it green entrepreneurial mindset, and that is my discussions. Now, this is just the fundamental the research, which is based on systematic literature review. And you can see that when you look at the 17 sustainable goals, and blue economy comes under 14, which is life below water. But this is not the question I'm talking here about the blue economy. I'm just talking about the sustainability of the world, the sustainability of the business, sustainability of the society. And it's all educations to individual, community to society, society to nations, nations to the whole world. One of the most important ingredients is that we all must change. The businesses must change. The entrepreneurs must change. So this research is purely to understand how the entrepreneurial mindset can set towards maintaining a better, fairer, planet that is the sustainable world. So if you look at my key question is here, what is special about the mindset of people to become a successful green entrepreneurs? When you looked at, I'm going to show you the next 2 slides, and you will see this is, okay, I hope you can see that. This is just recent 2020 Global Entrepreneurship Index ranking. Now, if I look at first 10 countries, and you can see all these are developed countries, starting from United Nations. I don't see any countries from, that Asia and other parts. And I wanted to see where the India is fall within this entrepreneurship index ranking. And you can see India is come under 78. Now, pause for a few minutes. I was thinking that why it is happening. If we look at the social entrepreneurship, India fall under 46th. And I felt that India, like these countries, even it can be Indonesia, it can be Bangladesh, it can be Pakistan, because we have many social problems, many different types of problems, but still, even we talk about the social entrepreneurship, we are far behind. Opportunities are there, but why it is not happening? I realized, and I felt that this is maybe one of the reasons that entrepreneurial mindset are not set and twisted to gear towards the better sustainability of the world and planet and people and society. So that's based on this and extensive research, that systematic research. Now, if you look at some of the photographs here, and you will see, starting from that industrial revolutions, that in USA, the early 19th century, Henry Ford to second one, I'm sure that you know, one of the guru of business in the UK, the Virgin boss, to Bloomberg. I'm not going to talk about Professor Yunus, Anita Radikan, especially the last one I met in US a few years back, and she's the head and CEO and owner of Gold Crust restaurant. Started in Jamaica with one restaurant, and now it's nearly $1 billion business with thousands of branches in that North America and some parts of that Caribbean. And one point she was explaining her journey, that her mindset, the way she started. That's why I wanted to see, and that's actually triggered me to understand the entrepreneurial mindset, how the world can be better placed. Even the academia, educations, I feel that education should be green educations. The entrepreneurship are not taught at many institutions in many parts of the world. Even the Western world, even if you look at the the best universities in the world in the UK and USA, I feel sometimes that educations are not taught such a way to include the moral a part of the education. That's why we can see there are a lot of hegemony, a lot of chaos, a lot of problems around the world. Let me go back straight to my model. Now, based on the extensive research, we have identified the number of attributes, number of disposition of entrepreneurs. Let me go quickly, and I'm not going to talk. This is the model which I'm going to talk, that heptagon of successful green entrepreneur mindset. I felt that if the entrepreneurial mindset can be set and fixed, that way, the fixed in that sense, I'm not talking about the fixed mindset, but within the parameters of growth mindset, that if we can have those 7 dispositions within the entrepreneurial mindset, to some extent, when you talk about the economic progress, when you talk about the social progress and prosperity and fairness, and when you talk about protecting our planet, environment from environmental damages, I feel that a businessman or entrepreneur will have better chance, better thought process and thinking capacity, both ontological and epistemological, to give something back to the society the better way. So even the people are engaged in ocean or blue economic activities should have this type of entrepreneurial mindset. Now, this is not only applicable to the entrepreneurs. I feel that this is also applicable to any academics that are teaching to their students. Having that and connecting with their own understandings and philosophy to provide something better to their students will help the society to become something really different. So what is most important? I felt that the first one is dream. I'm always asking my students and anyone, what is the biggest problems we have nowadays? Is it money? Is it that we are facing a lot of problems? Problems are there is no problem at all. We can respond to each and every problem. But problem is that we don't have dream. I feel that dreaming is one of the greatest gift of humanity. As Richard Branson said, a life without dream is the most difficult. Dream will help us to move forward. I think our children are growing. Our children are going to the universities. They have very narrow visions and dream that I would like to get this qualification to get a job. It's not a dream. And that dream will drive to, have an individual with vision and focus. How many entrepreneurs nowadays they think about the planet? How many entrepreneurs nowadays they think about to contribute to the society? The vision is very long, unspecified, but they want to do something. I would like to become a good human. How many of us we think nowadays? I would like to become a good and ethical business person. But everyone would like to focus on only making money, making profit, sales revenues, and so on. I feel that vision and focus we don't have because we don't have a great dream which will help the society to make more fairer. Now, the next one is the growth mindset. Now, I would like to go little bit, just if you look at that vision, turn your dream into smart plan, a vision that they make real. So what I put here, 7 ingredients of disposition of mindset of an entrepreneur. Let's see the dreams, the vision, growth mindset. I feel that the more than 80% of us individual businesses, they have fixed mindset. That more than 86% of academia with fixed mindset. We don't want to change. We have our own dispositions. I would like to stick to that. And positive attitude, ambiguity tolerance. How many of us now, when you talk about the COVID situation affecting us, the huge problem is a human crisis throughout the world. How many of us can embrace that ambiguity? How many of us can accept negativity? Not many. The spot and exploit opportunities, and most importantly, 7th point is the work ethics. And I feel that the largest organization around the world, CASE, WorldCom, Enron, they all collapsed because of that work ethics were not there. I'm just sometimes perplexed myself that that University of Oxford, Cambridge, in the Side Business School, Jazz Business School, Harvard Business School, they're teaching the best and genius, and all the genius professors there. But still, we can see the largest organizations employ those genius. But one day overnight, those organizations collapsing, and thousands of people lost their money. Why those unethical activities are happening within the organizations? I feel that the morality, the moral education or character-based education is not happening anywhere in the world, irrespective you are from Harvard, you are from Jazz, or you're from largest or top universities. Education system is becoming more in economic terms. We are teaching our students to become the better employees, better in that sense to get a good job. So same way, now I would like to just focus on a few things. Positivity, and every time you are happy, you win. Professor Padmakali Banerjee, and she's obviously in India. I read this book with great interest, and I feel that that even we are in difficult crisis, we must have that positivity, ambiguity tolerance. As I said, that not everybody can accept that ambiguity. Not everybody. Look at this. After the disintegration of Soviet Union, since 1918, the world has become multipolar. We have seen the pace of globalizations and technological advancement. One side brought a lot of the opportunities, but another side brought a lot of chaos, a lot of the problems and challenges for all of us. And many of us cannot accept. I feel that that entrepreneur, the green entrepreneur, has that high power to accept the ambiguity and that have the better tolerance, spot and exploit opportunities. That we always talk about the problems and problems and problems, but we must realize the problems can be converted into resources. I feel that if we don't have problems, we all should create some problems. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to take long. So the last point is that work ethics, whether it is in the academia, whether it is within the business, whether it is in the government or politics, everywhere, we should create our own standard, the way we should work with morality, with ethical dimensions. I think that honesty, ethics, all are nowadays buzzword. And this is what is happening. I would like to finish this presentation with Martin Luther King. What he said: if a man is called to be a street sweeper, he should sweep streets, even as Beethoven composed music or Shakespeare wrote poetry. He should sweep streets so well that all the host of heaven and earth will pause to say, here lived a great street sweeper who did his job well. And with that note, I would like to bring back to one of the greatest philosophers on our time and the last that century, that the Leo Tolstoy, who brought a lot of parable of work ethics and the people's ethics and morality, and who said, just focus. Now is the best time, and whatever we are doing now, just focus and become oblivious. That will give us the better chance. I feel that blue economy, whether it is the green economy, whether it is the sustainability of the world, whether it is the mode of business, the digitization, so reinvesting the business model. Most importantly, whatever the strategic choices you have, no problem at all. But most importantly, if we as individual, if we as entrepreneur, if we as business person don't have those positive, moral, and ethical dispositions, will not be able to save and protect this world, will not be able to contribute heavily to economic growth and make the society fairer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And my special congratulations to the organizer hosting this wonderful conference. And I feel that the theme is oil fit what is happening now and what we are experiencing now. Thank you so much, and my special gratitude to all of you. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can ask me, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor, for the presentation. Now I would like to ask my colleague, Ms. Alok, to share the certificate first before we will have question and answer session. Okay, so the certificate will be delivered after the question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are opening question and answer session. I will take approximately 3 questions. So if you have any question, just please raise your hand, or maybe you can type it in the chat. Okay, meanwhile, Prof, this presentation is very groundbreaking because you are discussing the very basic idea of entrepreneurship. And I do agree when you say that we should dare to dream, because dream is the start of everything. I have a question for you. Sometimes when these entrepreneurs, they already dare to dream and then they somehow fail their path, for example, it's very hard for them mostly to just come back up again with new ideas, or maybe to continue their old ideas. So what will be the solution for that, in your opinion?
Now, there is 2 ways to look at it. Obviously, that first way, I think, is the most fundamental. If you look at the 17 sustainable goals set by United Nations in 2015, and number 4 is the education. I don't know why I felt United Nations should put the number, that education as number 1, because education will help reduce the poverty. Now, United Nations put poverty number 1. I feel that within the business, once they fail or problems, I feel one thing is that the education can be developed such a way that can educate people, not only giving the tools and techniques how to run a business, but also how to become an ethical business, how to become a green business. Nowadays, many parts of the world, the concept of green and social responsibilities are new, and the new word or new things. So one is that education to be reinvented. Second is that the business models should be reinvented. And that is, these both answer lies within the Darwinian principle of evolution. So if you look at it, the evolution principle is based on 3 ingredients. One is that variations, one is the natural selections, one is the, you see that retention, the based on the, reproduction, the power. That shows that change, reinventions are vital to stay in the race of the game.
I see. Okay, Prof, second question, if you don't mind. So I have visited several countries in Europe, and what I see is that the universities are actually nurturing the entrepreneurship to create more unicorns in this era. Like, for example, they have this loan and business ideas pitching. So if the business ideas is original enough, they will fund the business. And that's how many big companies actually coming from the university. In the same time, this reality we don't have yet in developing countries. Maybe this is also due to the funding and also due to the regulation from the government that is not yet supporting that. But what I'm trying to underline here is that abroad, the entrepreneurship is being seen whether you are original or not, whether your idea is going to be solid, original, and sellable or not. But here in Indonesia, for example, when one business of entrepreneurship is being massively successful, the other entrepreneurship will just copy the same way, even the same product with different brand, and they will say that this is my entrepreneurship project. So this is in Indonesia especially, this is the major problem that we are currently facing, that the originality is kind of lacking because people tend to just copy what will be in trend right now. So what will be your opinion about that, Prof?
Very good. You know that the making comparison between Europe and countries such as India, or maybe Indonesia, or maybe Thailand, sometimes it's a bit difficult to draw a parallel, because Europe, the problems are different, the challenges are different, and their opportunities are different. I say that in Europe, there is not too much opportunities to create the entrepreneurship. If you go to Indonesia, I was there quite a long time back, and in India, you just walk on the street and you will see the huge opportunities. So now, the 3 things the society can do. One is that, as you mentioned, micro-massive entrepreneurship. The countries such as Indonesia and India, they can focus on not the individual entrepreneurial spirit, rather macro. The China did it. China did it in different provinces. The thousands of entrepreneurs they have created within the specific sectors, and we have done it in Bangladesh. In garments industry, and this become now one of the best industry in Bangladesh, and bringing the highest revenue for the country, and giving the huge opportunities. That even I go Marks and Spencer, I go the large branded shop in London, and buy something, I see made in Bangladesh. So you can see that how you can. So one is that macro massive entrepreneurship can be created and can be nurtured by the government. That in our countries, you don't need sometimes the people take the initiatives, the individual take the initiatives. Only government can do the nurtures and channel them and create a platform. And second thing is that the institution-wise, was that the many universities in our the part of the world is failed to introduce a special program on entrepreneurship. So people actually are nurtured to become that entrepreneurs. So I feel that all universities must have a subject or a department even on entrepreneurship, to from the beginning that they can actually create a special mindset within the student. And third is the government should take the bold initiative in terms of financing, in terms of bringing the entrepreneurs their ideas and their make it into resources and then market it. I think start with these three will help the nations to prosper within this area. I feel that in terms of entrepreneurs, countries like India must become in the top 10. But I don't know why we can't actually get that way. I hope that.
Okay. Yeah, I do agree, Prof, that at least us as the academia, we can start from the institution, and we can maybe, if the funding will be the problem, we can maybe have this mass funding from people or business practitioners who really cares about awakening more entrepreneurs in our country, and that the government should take this initiative, like the bold initiative, to really nurture these young entrepreneurs to know what is the core of entrepreneurship, and to give them an easier path for them to lay down the foundation of the business as well as their operation. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is a very interesting presentation. I will open maybe just one question from the audience. Is there any question? And meanwhile, we will show the certificate for you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is the certificate for Professor Dr. Palto Ranjandata. Thank you for becoming our keynote speaker on the second day of Erasmus Plus conference. Thank you for sharing with us. Thank you for enlightening us with this groundbreaking presentation. Again, a very good morning for you there in London. Thank you again for sharing with us, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after London, let's fly far away to Kosovo to meet my good friend, a beautiful lady. Her name is Assistant Professor Dr. Enkelda Lulac from Universiteti Hatsi Zeka Kosovo. I hope I pronounce everything right. Okay, so Prof. Enkelda, are you here with us?
Hi.
Hi. Oh, see, so beautiful. You do not like academia. You look like a model, to be honest. Okay.
Hi.
What time is it now there, Prof. Enkelda?
8 a.m.
Oh, a very good morning to
Early
you.
morning, yeah.
Yeah, a very good morning. Okay, Prof, nice to have you here in the seminar. It's a pleasure to have you sharing with us. And now the stage is yours, Prof.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Greetings to all of you. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm very honored and grateful to be here. So, I am Enkelda Lulac from Kosovo. Have you heard about Kosovo? Kosovo is located in Europe. I work at the University Haji Zeka Faculty of Management in Tourism, Hospitality and Environment. I am professor for finance and accounting. Thank you once again for inviting me. Now I will share my screen. Can you see my screen?
In my device, yes, but if you make it like in a full display, it will be better.
Okay. Just a moment, please. Can you see my screen now? Because my network is bad. So
yes, now perfect.
Thank you once again. So today I will talk about which businesses have the most financial stable position. I will make a relationship between the skills of managers in leadership and my scientific paper conducted in 100 businesses in state of Kosovo. I invite you to listen carefully because you will learn a lot, and at the end you will see the recommendation that will help the businesses. You will also see which businesses have the most stable financial position based on econometric models. So in this slide, you will see overview, general information about the financial position, a new point of view, learn a special skill, the change basic attitude. In this slide, also you will see the context, the theory. We have so many theories about financial position. Example, real case study, financial position in Kosovo state, and processes, problem-based position, example businesses. What next? In this slide, you will see business managers tips for success. We have 8 steps. The number 1 is identify your strengths. All leaders have their own talents, which are used in different ways to bring out the best in themselves and others. Write down what you believe are your strongest assets and skills. Keeping this in mind, decide what the best steps are for you to progress your career. Try not to compare yourself with others, but to approach people who inspire you to ask for the best advice. The number 2, develop existing skills. Number 3, find a mentor. Number 4, get a different perspective. Opening yourself up to different perspective will help you make more accurate decisions that are driven by long-term or thinking and experiences rather than economies. Leaders are externally a view, and they look for new ideas and inspiration from everywhere. The number 5, network. What is this important? Network can be pivotal for career advancement and achieving success as a leader. Also, it helps you gain a greater understanding of the landscape outside of your workplace, and in turn helps the outside world know more about you. So try to inject your personality everywhere you can. Take risk. Step number 6, take risk. Leaders must feel comfortable taking risk. Many decisions and actions are reversible and do not need extensive study. Step number 7, say no more often. Saying no isn't just freeing, it's necessary. If you disagree with decisions, explain your stance and give evidence. Every leader, every boss, every manager is unique, but as a rule, Honesty is always the best policy. Step number 8, insist on the highest standards. Natural leaders have relentlessly high standards. A lot of people may think these standards are unreasonably high, but it's also so important that leaders are continually raising the bar and driving their teams to deliver high quality products, services, and processes. What next? In this slide, you will see financial position. Why financial position? What is important about financial position? In every country and in my state, Kosovo, the pandemic has caused a lot of damage to companies, closing some, reducing the number of employees, etc. For businesses to success and have a good financial position in the market, the decision-making board in cooperation with the financial manager, accountant, and other must work harder and analyze in detail each financial item in the financial statements to see their financial position. So through financial statements, financial planning should be analyzed accurately for future profit, for the payment of future liabilities according to the majority date, as well as how to have a sustainable policy for the benefit of the dividend. The efficiency of the workers, the quality of customer service, and the way the business's finances affects the stability of the financial position. Businesses need for reflection on success and financial position. We have some results in the next slide. Number of the businesses, 100 businesses. All researchers in their presentation included in my topic financial position analyze the financial position of businesses in different aspects according to financial statements, giving a recommendation as to which items influence to success or failing of businesses depending on their size and activity as well. Variables in this topic are included 8 variables. So this topic was conducted in 100 enterprises, as I told before, of different activities, manufacturing or service businesses. The data is in this topic are primary and secondary. The primary data were realized through the interviews with financial manager and other managers of businesses, while the secondary data were collected from internal sources such as financial reports, documents, etc., as well as the external sources, the Agency for Businesses or the Ministry of Economy Development. Results, logistic regression, and natural logarithm. We have some results in the next slide. What next? In this slide, you will see 8 variables included in financial position. The number 1 business is size, financial position, active of the balance sheet, liabilities from passive of the sheet balance, expenses and incomes, return on assets, return on equity, net profit, etc. Also, we have the main hypothesis. There is no relationship between the financial position and size of the enterprises or businesses. The alternative hypothesis, there is significant relationship between the financial position and size of the businesses or enterprises. The purpose of this hypothesis is to look except the business's size and financial position and other variables incorporated in them. Do they have a greater impact on the success of large or small enterprises or businesses? So now in this slide, you will see the results about financial position of enterprises or businesses in the market through natural logarithm and mathematical equations. And now this table indicates according to the variables of financial position as successful enterprises are 47 large businesses and 7 small enterprises out of a total of 54 that have a good financial position, while according to the same variable, but as unsuccessful enterprises or with very little success are 6 large businesses and 40 small out of a total of 46. You will see also the probability of success of a large enterprise is 7.833. This means that the probability of success of a large enterprise is as much as 7.833 or 6 businesses in 47. In this slide, you will see also the results about the classification at financial position, manufacturing and services businesses. These tables indicate the classifications results for each step through the cutoff value and the probabilities provided for the financial situation of businesses with better financial position and those with poor financial position are 47 in the first step, 66% in the second step, 71.7 in the third step, 79.1 in the fourth step, 89.0% in the fifth step, in the end 19.2% in the sixth step. In steps 1, 2, 3, out of the 100 successful businesses, 22 are classified as unsuccessful, while 24 are classified as successful in step. So in step 4 and 5, the number of successful businesses increased to 25, while the number of unsuccessful enterprises decreased to 21. In the last step, or 6, the financial situation or financial position of successful businesses is 29, while of the unsuccessful owners is 17. In each step, the importance of the financial position according to the size of the businesses increases. So in function of the selection of variables, all variables and the constants are important at the level of 5%. But the variables with the highest level of importance are in the 6th step, or return on active and net profit, while the variables that are important but have the negative value are liabilities and incomes. Enterprise or businesses need to more attention to these 2 variables in order to have a better financial position. Now, so in the slide, you will see the original values of the dependent variables and other coded values. So this table indicates the financial position, highly successful businesses with number 1 and unsuccessful businesses or with little success with number 0, and businesses or enterprises size. Large enterprises are 45 and small enterprises or businesses are 47. Out of a total of 45 large enterprises, 47 of them are successful, while 6 are the less successful or close to financial failing. Out of the total of 47 small enterprises, 7 of them successed and 40 are at risk of bankruptcy or financial failing. So this increasing the size of the enterprises or businesses all increases the natural logarithm of possibility. In other words, the rate of success of a large enterprise compared to small enterprise is higher. Now, in this slide, you will see what should businesses do in the future. The success rate of large businesses was confirmed by 96%. We have some recommendation for businesses. So the financial condition of the enterprises is very important to attract investors. Models used for this purpose help investors and financial managers to see financial position of businesses and as well to anticipate future financial situation by reducing unnecessary expenses. Another recommendation for financial position, large enterprises or businesses need to improve the negative variables to continue successfully in the market. Some financial items in some businesses have financial fluctuations need to be done for their management and improvement efficiently. More specifically, financial transactions that increase total costs or expenses during production and services. Another recommendation, financial transaction must be carried out in accordance with financial planning. Small enterprises need to increase the number of financial transactions through accurate managerial planning. In the end, as a recommendation about businesses, service and production should be improved in businesses with poor financial success. So future thinking, improvement, and foresight. This publication can be found at this link. Is my paper published in Scopus and EBSCO. So thank you so much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I was talking to my colleague and I was about to say thank you so much, but I was saying thank you, sir. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Encalda. A very intriguing presentation. You are comparing so many large companies and also small enterprises. And we know that the larger the size, the chance to be having a good financial position is actually bigger as well. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now let's open the question and answer session. Is the certificate ready to be? Okay, we will display first the certificate, Prof. All right, so this is the certificate for you, Prof. As our keynote speaker today. Thank you very much for sharing with us. It's a pleasure to have you here. This is the first time that we have you here in our Erasmus seminar, and inshallah, this is not going to be the last because this is very interesting. Okay, Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question for Professor Enkelda here, please raise your hand, or maybe you can type in the chat room to convey your question. And meanwhile, may I know, Prof, for small businesses, we see the rate of them failing is higher, and you have submitted some recommendations for them in order to get a better financial position. However, when they are trying to increase the rate of their transaction, of course, the matter in the field that we found is more complex than that. Like, for example, how to obtain customer loyalty, even the way they manage the business is mostly not yet professional enough to make the business stable. So in your opinion, from that extra elements in the business itself, like, is there any specific solution? And maybe you can also inform, like, what have been what is the reality in Kosovo, for example, regarding the business, especially the small scale business, to increase their existence?
Yes, can I?
Yes, please.
Thank you. In my opinion, and about my research in my state, the more reasons for failing on bankruptcy in small businesses, liabilities, and poor management. I think these businesses will have some advice, maybe a financial advisor about transaction, about incomes, expenses, services as well. This is my opinion for my state.
Okay, and internationally, like what we know here in Indonesia, for example, and so many developing countries, the government has been trying to give socialization, trainings, and even microfinance institution to provide some capitals for these small, medium enterprises to grow and having a better management. However, most of them, due to the cultural experience, maybe cultural background that they are having, they kind of tend to trap themselves okay, excuse me. I see another video here live on my screen. Can you please? Okay, thank you. Excuse me for the interference. All right, so let's continue. So here, mostly in Indonesia, especially, we see that even though the government has already put some support for the small, medium enterprises, but because of this cultural background that they are having, they tend to trap themselves in this black hole of, for example, money lenders, which is unofficial and non-legal, and they have a very high interest rate, for example. And this is definitely not good for the business. So I would like to know, like, in Europe, as far as you know, is there any same problem like this, and how they solve this?
So I agree with you for the support for state, for government about medium and small enterprises, because they will attract investors around the world for the increase their equity as well. So I think it's very important for state to have so many strategies about the medium and small enterprises.
I see. I agree with you, Prof. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will open maybe one or two questions from the audience. If you have any question, please raise your hand. Even if the speakers are here and would like to interact with Professor Enkelda, please do not be hesitate to do so. All right. So is there any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Because financial position is very crucial. Yeah, this is the way we are measuring our performance, and when we have a stable or increasing financial position, definitely our business can be sustainable.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think there is no more question from the audience. Prof. Enkelda, thank you again. It's such a pleasure and an honor to have you here with us, and see you in the next conference of Erasmus Plus, inshallah. Yeah.
Inshallah. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Really, I'm very, very honored, and thank you so much for this honor for me. Thank you.
It's our pleasure. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now moving on to our next speakers in the seminar. I would like to say hello first to our two speakers already here with us today. We have Mr. Hafiz Ali from the Montfort University, Leicester, UK. Hi, Prof. How are you? Prof. Hafiz? Prof. Hafiz Ali.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, I cannot. Yes, I can hear it clearly. Okay,
Okay.
Prof. Hafiz Ali, it's a pleasure to see you here. Welcome to the seminar. We have one presentation before your turn. This is a business practitioner from BCA Bank in Indonesia, and I hope this will inspire you more because I see you have a lot of enthusiasm for the seminar. So I would like to have your agreement for this. It's okay, yeah, to have one speaker from Indonesia first, yeah? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now welcoming Mr. I Ketut Alam Wangsawijaya. He is the Senior Vice President Transactioning on Banking of Bank Sentral Asia from Indonesia. So, Pak Ketut, are you here with us already?
Yes. Hi, Annie. How are you? Good afternoon, ladies
Hi,
and
good
gentlemen.
afternoon. It's such a pleasure to have you here. We are happy always to welcome business practitioners. So not only from the theoretical side that we have as academia, we will have another insights from you practicing in the field directly. So please, now the time is yours.
Okay.
We are
Thank you,
looking
ladies
forward
and
to be
gentlemen.
surprised.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me the opportunity of sharing our experience in growing the business, especially banking in Indonesia. As you know, maybe BCA is one of the largest bank with largest market cap in Southeast Asia, with more than 64 billion US dollars in Southeast Asia. And in this occasion, we will share about our experience doing transformation. So the title is Banking Digital Transformation for Sustainable Growth. Maybe we all know that we are living in the disruption era, where most of the application that we use today is coming from various pain points that has been transformed into digital application. We have medical, we have transportation, we have entertainments, and we have so many things in our mobile banking apps consist of various applications. And it means that there are some businesses that has been disrupted by this transformation to digital. And then the nature of disruption itself is how to grow big and fast in a very quick time period. And the options for them to grow fast is doing to collaboration, where the end state of this collaboration is building the ecosystem. As we know, as the examples like a Gojek, maybe they have collaboration with Bank Jago to build their own ecosystem. We see Shopee, maybe they have Cbank, and by acquiring one of the local bank, and they try to build also their own ecosystem. We see also Bank Neo Commerce as a bank digital in Indonesia also collaborate with the existing local bank using their license to taking deposit from customers and growing their ecosystem as well. So the key is collaboration will enable them to grow faster. And then we see in our case, as maybe not all of you know that BCA actually a traditional banking that has been exists since 1957. So BCA could be the example of traditional banking that evolving in disruption era and try to win the competition among the conventional bank and try to also exists within the newcomers, which transform into digital banking. There are so many lessons learned as traditional banking who can exist in the competition. One of them is the first recipe is listening to our consumers and seriously following up what their issues are. So we do have mobile banking actually, which is in terms of user experience, some new millennial and Generation Z considered as old-fashioned user experience. But traditional bank like BCA living with a huge legacy system that not easily transform into new system for digital. But however, we still relevant for our existing customer. Why? Because our reliability, because our user-friendly in terms of the simplicity override the issue of the fancy user experience. So it makes the growth of mobile banking and internet banking up to now, if you see from the chart, occupied 88% of the total transaction. And if you see on the value itself, also growing from 35% to 57%. And we not only focus on individual, but also try to be relevant for the individual business as well. But at the same time, try also relevant for individual Generation Z. If we take a look on more details transaction, we see the growth is also very convincing for mobile banking. Year on year, it's about 55%. Right now, we do have like 22 million customer base, and around 70 to 80 million of them are mobile banking users. Looking at the base is very huge. And we can still grow 55% year on year is still amazing. And it means that the push of either pandemic or either user preference to transact with mobile banking still the top priority for our next development. Becoming the engine for our future growth. We see that our transaction volume growing more than 100%, and then the needs of API, application protocol interface also growing, and customer accounts also growing, online account opening also growing. So it means that digitalization is something that we cannot avoid for growing our business. So the challenge is how we manage the changing of consumer behavior. So we elaborate into 3 keys. The first is how we manage the digital disruptions in the playing field, with competition is very tight, both financial and non-financial players. And right now, there will be no exact borderline between financial and non-financial, because at the end, we focus on human-centered approach, which maybe there's something that we cannot divide it very clearly whether this is financial or non-financial, because all has to be customer centricity approach. Second thing is on the mobile mindset needed to be adapt with our consumers and our employee across generation. We have to know exactly what customer wants and how the thinking framework of using their mobile to do various transactions. And the last thing is the impact of post-COVID era. There will be more additional push for consumers to adopt the digital and contactless transaction going forward. So all of things are considered as VUCA, or volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, is something that we believe exists right now. But the way we transform this situation into our internal direction is we translate into vision, understanding, collaboration, and agility as pillars to adopt and managing the disruption. So how we do adapt on the changing? The first is expanding ecosystem, and then channel touch point innovation and digital contactless experience. So we know the ecosystem itself divided into two big parts. The first is a business to consumer or B2C, and the second thing is B2B. Right now, B2C and B2B, it's synergically very related, one of them in growing the ecosystem. And then we translate the demand of B2C and B2B itself into mobile banking, because mobile banking is something that we cannot apart from our daily lifestyle. From our wake up until we were going to sleep, we also attach with mobile banking for news and doing transaction. And to develop our future going forward, I think we also embedded another pain points that customers have, even though this is non-related to financial, like managing lifestyle. So we can build the super apps that can entertain them, how to book movie ticket, how to book transportation ticket, how to book a train ticket, how to shop and groceries into one app. Because at the end, customers need simplicity in their mobile banking apps. And then something that we cannot forget doing the transition is how to maximize our asset as well. We know that going forward, people will leave the ATM because as transaction, the cashless transaction is increasing, people try to leave the cash base for transaction. However, the ATM itself right now, we can use as a source of revenue generator by collaboration. So with Gojek, for instance, as most used application for transportation, for drivers needs to cash out, they can utilize our ATM network, and we can get free from that. So this of example where collaboration itself is overriding the competition. So in this case, we also, to speed up our development of solution for our end user of customers, I think we need to collaborate with also enabler company that make our product closer to our customer, because sometimes we note that we do have weaknesses in terms of speeding up our product development that push us to collaborate with other institutions. And we see also another activities which usually offline is right now there is no choice that they have to adapt on the online. For instance, Jakarta Sneakers Day, one of the biggest event for young people, now transform into online. Even for a Mortgage Expo, we drive into online, and turn out to be the result is not significantly impact. And however, it will it growth very significantly, beating the previous offline experience. And also for sustainable growth, we collaborate with small medium enterprise to exposing their product and train them to prepare them to be more competitive in digital platform, so they will survive. They survive their business during the pandemic and even can grow faster by reaching out more audience and buyers outside the domestic market. And right now, some behavior is already changed. For instance, a payment right now, people tend to transact also using the chatting platform. So that's why we provide the payment link to facilitate the buy online, pick up in store, and then virtual account and debit online. And then we see that during the pandemic, the food business also replicates their material into in-home for consumption. Instead of dining at store, maybe right now people try to have dining at home, but with the same quality of materials that they can buy at stores. And also less sharing kit is also one of the behavior that we note at this moment. Even like watching movie, there is a time where audience try to adapt by drive-in theater. Specifically, as a growth company in financial institution, we realize that people concerned is also need to be accommodated. That's why we have clear strategy for sustainability governance framework. We divided our strategy into 3 pillars. The first is responsible banking, of course. As time goes by, we earn customer trust. We need to prove that we are responsible banking. And the second pillar is sustainability culture. And the third pillar is social value creation. Responsible banking, we instilled into various key items like financing, because we as a bank also responsible where the financing it goes. And then service quality and customer trust, because that's the core of our business. Technology and digitalization, that's something that we cannot avoid to gain the efficiency and effectiveness. And then customer data privacy and security protection. This is one of the most important things when we go to digital, because the consequences when banking goes into digital is how we have enough infrastructure and investment to protect our customer data privacy and security of transaction. And fraud and financial crime prevention is one thing that we need to keep our trust from customer by proof that we managing fraud and financial crime very, very seriously. And then second pillars related to sustainable culture, we also have a fair operating practices, human rights and labor practices, and also environment issues. And then third, related to social value creation, we have various programs related to education, environment, health, culture prevention and donation, community empowerment, and then financial inclusion and literacy. In more details, this is the numbers and figures related to sustainable finance portfolio. Right now, we have booked around 143 trillion rupiahs in terms of sustainable finance portfolio. And then we divide it into micro and small medium enterprise and non-micro and small medium enterprise, which comprises of natural resources, sustainable, eco-friendly transportation, renewable energy, eco-efficient product, and others green sectors. We established also very serious in grooming a local small medium enterprise by start to collaborate with more than 500 local brands to inspire the other local brands start to learn about how they improve their branding, how they improve their presence in online platform, how they improve their marketing program to compete with other brands, and how they start to think sustainable growth of their product by doing innovations. This one thing that we want all the SMEs start to think in the long-term side. And then digitalization part is also very key because the impact on the environment itself is quite huge. Not only the efficiency gain from the customer by having transaction more efficiently through digital, but also the impact of less using paper itself, it's also impactful. And we also start to deploy branches which from the design and material and from the water treatment itself is very eco-friendly. We start to roll out the branch model itself to be eco-friendly in various locations. And related to the data security, the impact itself is quite huge because right now fraudsters is also catching up with the technology. So if we as a financial institution not adopting sophisticated security, then we will lose our trust from customers. And then we also, related to the COVID itself, we boost also the vaccination program, and also giving the scholarship. And not only that, we accommodate those who senior high school graduates to have the internship program in our branch that has been established for years. And also to support the tourism, we also empower the local destination in village to be part of new destination. There can be options for the tourists, not only domestic, but also from overseas. And we facilitate that, and also the training to prepare them for serving the customers. And also the orang utan goes to school in Kalimantan, because we also pay attention for preserve the orang utan. And related to the human and good labor practices in our office, we also give same possibilities, same chances from women to men in terms of fulfilling the strategic position in our internal organization. And the way we do job on daily life also has been shifting into less paper. Digital signature for signing our proposal internally, or our internal workflow with less paper, and also reminder in every corner of our office, and also induce the habit of less using plastic for our cup, and using the less electricity power. For instance, it's very simple. Every break session from 12 to 1:30, the electricity for light is down at our office. That's how we remind how important the energy saver is to be established. And of course, during pandemic, we also establishing the webinar and meeting online as an alternative of a meeting offline. And last slide, I think we get recognitions from various institutions on our initiatives for growing the business sustainably. I think that's all from our sharing. Hopefully it's beneficial for all of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iketut Alam Wangsawijaya. Very interesting. I do love my mobile banking and it's really, really helpful.
Thank you.
And yes, so is the certificate ready? Okay, so before we will open the question and answer session, we would like to display the certificate for you, sir.
Thank you, Ani.
Yeah, so this is the certificate of appreciation as our keynote speaker for Mr. Iketut Alam Wangsawijaya. Thank you again for sharing with us in this seminar, and inshallah this is not going to be the last one, because we still have some series in the future and we are looking forward for you to join also. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on to our question and answer session. If you have any questions for Pak Ketut here, you can raise your hand or maybe type your question in the chat. Okay, meanwhile, Pak Ketut, I would like to ask something maybe provoking and a little bit out of context, but this is the reality that we are facing right now. We know that now we are having these cryptocurrencies around us, yeah, and so many people start to invest on that. I would like to know your opinion whether one time our physical money will be totally disappearing, because more and more we will have this application in which we can have any kind of transaction, domestic and internationally, to fulfill our needs. Even when you present before, we can just pay for our shopping first in our mobile banking and then take our stuff in the store itself. So by then, I'm just projecting in my mind that maybe sometimes in the future, our physical currency will be gone. So what do you think about this?
Okay, thank you. Very interesting questions. Crypto as one of the asset class has various advantages that maybe we can compare to our existing instruments like gold, you know. So people like those who like investment in gold maybe can sense that gold is not easily transferable because their size and everything. But crypto maybe has one of the advantage is they're transferable and very easy, you know, to keep right now. But maybe the questions is maybe related on the use case of the crypto itself. It start to, you know, picking up in various cases. So at this moment, I think regulators still assessing what's the impact, because on one side we see the benefit of using crypto, but on the other side we need to be carefully learn about how this crypto trade itself can be managed with our regulator to you know, not to make a serious problem later on for our country to, you know, monitoring the transaction and itself. So yes, agree with you. Looking at the response, it sounds promising to see the growth of crypto, but I think we need to carefully assess on the impact right on the other side, how the crypto itself related with the inflation and everything that needs to be taken care of by the our regulator. So let's see on the progress itself. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ketut. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, if you have any question, this is a rare question that we have here somebody, Haina from BCA Bank of Indonesia, one of the biggest bank in Indonesia, most popular one, to answer your question. So if you have any question, please do not hesitate to raise your hand or type your question in the chat. Okay, another question that I have for you, Pak Ketut. We know that there is more and more features in our mobile banking, and when we are increasing the use of digital interfaces, it means that the digital security must be more ensured when we have our personal data in it, and it will be one of the focus of the customer. They would like to really be protected. So in terms of this field, like how many percent in your opinion that you can say in our banking sector that this data privacy and security can be guaranteed?
Well, data security itself is a growing concern from all of us, and regulator itself start to issue the policies related to data protection and impose very clearly to all of the players, including the bank and the financial services. And as you know, the consequences of going digital at the same time, we are exposing to more risks into digital and cybersecurity. And this only technology can help us for that one. And it's only education for customers. It's more effective compared to other solution itself. So all is within our control. So by imposing and investing more education, it can prevent the fraud and the misuse of transaction itself happening. And on the other side, the technology itself will help through machine learning and artificial intelligence to have a fraud detection from time to time. But again, there is always possibility. But as long as we are aware and well informed about not to share our data privacy to you know, non-trustable sites, and then reputable brand and reputable institution, I think could be one of the start and has the biggest impact of data fraud and related to the fraud. So I think that's the most important thing if we want to reduce a fraud and doing digital transaction going forward. It comes to ourselves itself actually.
Okay, so not only the protection from the provider, but we as the customer, we need to really be aware and educate ourselves about the safety protocols in using this digital app regarding banking.
Absolutely
Okay.
right.
Okay. Okay. Is there any questions? I will open maybe one chance of questions. Okay, this is probably the last question for me because it's rare for us to have business practitioners to join in the seminar. So we would like to use the chance. Okay, so this last question will be about the economy of the nation. Like, how do you see the pivotal role of banking sector to be able to support the economy of the wealth of the nation, especially when we are speaking about Indonesia, for example, we have a lot of small, medium enterprises. How is the role of the banking sector, especially maybe in BCA case, to support their existence?
Yeah, I think the bank business itself cannot be separated from the real sector growth, right? So our concern is on the slower growth of economy when pandemic hit us. So when the relaxation comes, it means the real sector start to grow faster and faster. We are happy to do that. And during the pandemic, actually, we facilitate a lot of initiatives to stimulate the real sectors growing faster. One of the example is how to help the small medium enterprise onboarding to online platform, because online platform itself is there and ready actually to accommodate the SMEs. The real problem is how to educate those individual business that may be occupied more than 90% of the population of the entrepreneurs in Indonesia, start to learn and adopt how to utilize the various platforms that exist and how to you know, have the right mindset in growing their business. Because the characteristic of the individual business usually they exist in Indonesia mostly is single owner of the business, and then they usually not consistent in taking care of their operational things, and maybe they financially mix between personal and the business. All those basic things usually still exist, you know, and this together with the government and the private sectors, we stimulate them into onboarding. At least their product is getting exposed not only domestic but also overseas. We did have like a UMKM festival with expose those who have ready in terms of the product to be exposed to overseas. So a lot of buyers from overseas start to consider the local product and start to import. That's why one of the things our export right now is picking up, not only related to commodities, but also from other type of goods like handicraft and other added value goods, you know. That's one of the initiative that we did.
Okay, thank you for the comprehensive answer. It's very delightful to see that the private sector can really working with the government, stimulating the growth of our small, medium enterprises, especially those who are ready even to go overseas. Okay, so again, Pak Ketut, thank you very much for sharing with us.
Ani.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after Indonesia, let's fly back to London. We are going to meet our good colleague here, Mr. Hafiz Ali, from the Montfort University, Leicester, UK. Yeah. Okay, so Prof. Hafiz Ali, are you here with us? Okay, Mr. Hafiz Ali. Okay, how are you? I cannot hear your voice.
Okay, is it possible? Can you hear me now?
Yes, now it's very clear. So, okay, Leicester is how many hours from London?
It's 8:16 a.m. right now.
Oh, really? Okay, so
Yes,
I should
good
say,
morning.
Yeah, a very, very early morning. Okay, so
Mhm,
thank
mhm,
you. It's a pleasure for you to
mhm,
join us. Do the time
mhm,
difference, the time gap is quite big, but it's
mhm,
really a pleasure to see you. Okay, so
mhm.
Leicester from London is how many minutes? Yeah,
Minutes for,
the distance from Leicester, UK to London.
oh, it's around 3 hours drive. Yeah,
Oh, I
it's East
see. I
Midlands.
see.
Yeah, it's quite
Yeah,
far.
so it's well connected. Yeah, it's not that really,
Yeah.
really far. Okay, so okay, Mr. Hafiz Ali, welcome. And now the time is yours. We are looking forward to be surprised.
All right, so I will share my screen. Let me
Yes,
know if
please.
it's visible. Okay, share screen. All right, so my
Yes,
topic is
now we can see the screen, but can you make it like a slideshow so that we can see
yeah, sure.
bigger?
Okay, all right. Is it visible? Is it fine?
Okay,
Clear?
perfect.
All right. So yeah, my basically my topic is sustainability in digital manufacturing processes. So there is a philosophy that after years of like working in academics and professional industry, so this is an a philosophy that I've developed, and I will go through each of this section one by one. So basically. Let me slightly introduce my profile. So my education in PhD is programmable materials, mechanical engineering, and industry manufacturing engineering in bachelor's. And my professional career is being industrial engineer as a consultant and a design engineer, and I have made several sustainable innovations and got many of the patents as well. And academic career, I've developed several courses regarding this professional and like the gap between this like education and professionalism. So it's a good opportunity and like a good um, uh, courses for students that we've been developing, like digital manufacturing, sustainable manufacturing, and structures. So right now, for the first time in this university, we have introduced these lecture series to train students for professional and sustainable environment. So okay, I have a fundamental questions for you guys. Like these are open questions. You don't need to ask. You just to think about it. Like, for example, when we say solar cell or solar energy is a sustainable solution for green energy, have we ever think about the manufacturing processes involved? Are these sustainable or not? Similarly, when we talk about EVs or electric vehicles, right, and we say they have zero emission and they are very sustainable modes of transportation, have you ever think about the manufacturing of lithium-powered batteries? Does it have any carbon footprint or not? Similarly, the third open question is the food which is available in the market and we say it's healthy, is green, is very like delicious as well, but is that food production process is itself sustainable? So considering these three fundamental questions and these three fundamental challenges, so we are trying to deal with these things in a academic and professional way. So to understand, there are three concepts majorly that I will discuss and explain. So one is called smart manufacturing. For industries, people use smart manufacturing like using artificial intelligence and smart machinery, robotics. Second one is no, there is a very famous term, people call it sustainable manufacturing. And the third one is green manufacturing. So many people in like these days are talking about these three terms, but there is a huge difference between smart, sustainable, and green manufacturing. One of the reason is smart manufacturing cannot be a sustainable manufacturing, but a sustainable always a smart manufacturing, because we are utilizing our resources responsibly. And green manufacturing, we are using green energy resources or green products to utilize in industry. So after years of industry and like academics, I've discovered there are some like topics that if we touch upon, we can be a better sustainable society in terms of manufacturing and doing digital businesses. So these are the list of these like key points that I will go through one by one, and I will also explain how as myself dedicated my knowledge and skills to be the part of this sustainable philosophy. So the sustainability design, like start from design, materials, structures, processes, maintenance, and disposal. So most of the time when we talk about sustainability, we are talking about either materials or processes. But there is a wider perspective, a wider view of looking these sustainability goals to achieve. So first I will talk about design, right? So most of the, for example, when I go different industries and see their manufacturing processes and their like production rates and like their profits and benefits regarding sustainability. So the key ingredient, that thing, when some organization or industry develop a product, the design of that product is a key important thing. If the design is good, the sequence for sustainability chain is really helpful for mankind. So talking about design, design means the design of the product itself. Even a simple water bottle, the design is impacting as a sustainable solution on all the other things that are listed in this list here. I'll go through this one thing is just to show. So in future, this is my research as well. So in future, we are trying to develop a smart material, or we can say a programmable material that can change its property according to the physical, mechanical, thermal, and other environmental condition. So this material, you can say, it's a reactive material that reacts to the environment or react to the conditions on which it is working. So it's very, like very new term in, like manufacturing, design, and technology. So these materials are capable of, for example, manufacturing some structures, manufacturing some components, a cell phone, and many other things. So these materials are smart enough to react toward the conditions of the environment that we have. So that's why it is important for us to consider design. What is our design for that product? Is our design is sustainable or not? This is the key thing that many organizations I've observed, they miss this point. They design something, then they think about sustainability while selecting materials and selecting, like manufacturing processes. So the key thing starts from the design. So, for example, this design which we have developed particularly, and we are doing research as an institute. So it has many applications, just like I mentioned, in aerospace, automotive, biomedical, composites, military, sensor, textile. So using sustainable design or using advanced or smart design of the product can help us to achieve sustainable goals. So these are some of these examples. Using the sustainable design or advanced design, we can save a lot of effort for manufacturing, for material waste, and for the material efficiency. So you can see there are many advantages of using advanced or smart materials. In biomedical, in textile, in particle filtration, in defense. So when we think about design, it is important to think about materials, right? A good design requires a good material. So material, for example, these days we are doing research on, for example, biodegradable materials, 3D printing, the use of biofibers to fabricate biocomposites, right? So these materials are smart enough and green enough to be the part of the environment after their use. So these materials are coming from the smart design. So that design is especially considering the environmental impact of the product that is going to be used in this, like environment. Yes, it's really important to see. I will show some examples as well, like a lifetime example that I've been working on. So it is really important when you select a material. From that material, you are developing some structures. These structures can start from your cell phone up to the building or up to the any like skyscraper. So these structures itself have its capacity to be sustainable towards the environment. Sustainability towards the environment in terms of if it is green, if it is energy efficient, if it has very low emission or no emission. So there are several dimensions of sustainability that is coming out of the careful design and material selection of these structures. So I'll give just an example. So for example, I've been in different, for example, smart city conferences and like talking to US consulate. So as you can see, I was part of this airport skylight design. So they have made a design, right? And these designs are passing the sunlight into the ground floor. And that sunlight is particularly designed in a way that maximize the input sunlight and reduce the usage of energy. Usage of energy eventually reducing the emissions, and reducing the emissions eventually taking part into the sustainable goal. Similarly, solar power and different. So this is the new design which I've introduced. It's like a skylight dome design. So it's like it inputs light as well, and because the structure and the design is like in a way that it inputs that collects light from the surrounding and project light inward in a distributed manner. So we can save a lot of electricity, a lot of like power consumption, and this design is smart enough to maintain the temperature if it is cold or very warm environment. So these are made of smart materials. Smart materials make smart structures, and smart structures are helping us to achieve sustainable goals or becoming really energy efficient. So my next slide is the processes. So to develop, to design, to use these materials, to develop these structures, the processes are super important. So because my background in industrial manufacturing, so I've been in different industry observing their processes, how they manufacture their product. Is the process is sustainable or not? And if not, how we can backtrack to achieve higher sustainability ratio from these processes. These processes can be manufacturing process, can be assembly process, can be used by the robotics assembly process. So there are many dimensions of using these processes. So it's not only limited to manufacturing process. Even the process of designing the material, design of the structure itself. So there are many processes involved in this under this heading. So for example, we have nowadays we are having advanced processes like manufacturing processes, for example, 3D printing, laser machining, right? And we are integrating these 3D printing and laser machining with artificially intelligent systems that know the parameters of manufacturing operations and save a lot of energy and manufacturing costs. And this is the most important thing. Then when we manufacture something, it is really important to consider manufacturing ethics. Manufacturing, if we have this manufacturing ethics philosophy in our mind, we can develop a much higher level of sustainable products by using a higher efficiency manufacturing processes. So it's really important to think about. So these philosophy are coming out of from practical work and how we implement this work into that society. For example, uh, uh, now there is a very hot topic about bicycles and sustainable modes of transport. So what we have developed some technologies that are retrofitting a normal bike into e-bike and providing people a very cheap, reliable, and sustainable mode of transport. So as you can see, we've been talking to Mayor of Leicester, we've been talking to gold medalists on Olympics, we've been talking to transportation director. So the feedback we are getting is really immense because we are through following this philosophy, the design, the selection of material, the selection of sustainable processes is giving us a huge impact on the society. And this is really important because to get a product, to get a process, or to use that product in a sustainable manner is really important. So as a part of user and a designer, it's our all responsibility to think about sustainability in that terms. So next I will go to the sustainability in maintenance. This is really important. I've observed in industry that every year billions of dollars are wasted to maintain the processes or the machinery or the product development, components, but it can be saved by installing this mindset of sustainable philosophy into this maintenance, architecture for industry. So what we are doing, we are, providing solution to use, for example, these are example non-contact, non-penetrant technologies that can understand the system, right? Instead of installing many thousands of sensor computers, programs, and labor for to observe and to prevent failure in the machinery or in the manufacturing processes. So we can use advanced technique like these. The new technologies are non-contact and non-penetrant technology. For example, artificially intelligent computer tomography, or we can say micro X-rays to use processes and the machine architecture if there is any fault or is there any maintenance required. Because when a machine stops working, every second is important, even if it's a cellular network, if it is a manufacturing machine, if it is a transport, if it is a train, if it is a space shuttle, if it has a ship. So it's really important that we have these technologies to prevent failure. So one of the biggest innovation in these days is called digital twin. So what we do, we'll develop a digital system that is exact copy of the real life scenario with exact conditions. So what this digital system is doing is checking all the system parameters continuously 24/7, and if there is any changes in the system, or if there is any error in the system, it helps to prevent the system which is in physical form before time. So this can help us to achieve really high level of sustainability in terms of transportation, in terms of manufacturing, in terms of green economy, and especially blue economy. So it's really important to consider this sustainability objective to achieve this goal. So the work is which I've done here. So I've been visiting some of the industry. For example, this is just a case study, one of these. So it's a tissue paper manufacturing industry. So their design, their material, their machine design, everything was fine. Even the process was okay, but it was producing so much dust in the air that was very harmful for humans, plus for the industry itself, because this dust is from paper, so it can catch a fire very quickly, so it can be a disaster. But how we solve that using advanced technology and this mentality keeping in our mind about sustainability goals, we can't just throw away this dust into the atmosphere to just save our machinery. It shouldn't be like this. So we have to propose solution in a way these are sustainable and that dust can be reutilized and for the remanufacturing processes just like this. So it's really important to think about like this. If you think with the mindset of sustainability, you can achieve a much higher goals of sustainability in these sections. And the last one is whenever we use a product, so this is key ingredient. When we use a product, is the product itself while using is a sustainable use or not? This is really important as a consumer, as a user of a product. For example, if we use a car, if we use a cell phone, if we use a water bottle to drink water, can we think about to use this resource sustainably? If yes, then how? If we having a water bottle, can we recycle it or just throwing into the trash can? If we using a car, can we use it responsibly? Can we use in a sustainable manner, right? So sustainability is a really big term. Like it's in our, it should be in our behavior. It should be in our thoughts. When we speak, when we talk, it should show that we think in that manner, because it's really important. Why? Because according to UN, right now with the resources of this world we are using are more than 1.5 world. So it means the consumption of energy and resources we are having, we need more than 1.5 world to have it. This is this this is not possible, right? So we have only one earth and we have limited resources and we have limited capacity for that consumption. So if you think about this sustainability, if we are saving resources, it means we are helping others. So that's the mindset of sustainability. So in disposal, yes, in disposal is really important. People, like a different organization and a different, for example, United Nations, they are trying to make biodegradable material. This is really good. This is very important. This is a key aspect. But the disposal processes should be, considered. One of the thing is, for example, improving neutralization efficiency. Neutralization efficiency means how we neutralize a material that was a product once upon a time and now it needs to be dissolved in earth in a way that it has no hazardous emission or substances that are separate from this natural habitat. So that is called true neutralization of the product of anything that we use. And we have to increase its neutralization efficiency up to the way that our resource consumption approaches into the acceptable range. So what we are doing, for example, with the help of artificial intelligence and the advanced mapping technologies, we can geographically select optimal location for landfills. And another technology which is quite emerging, we can use nanotechnology and green nanoparticles for to dispose or dissolve or neutralize the product material into the atmosphere or into the earth in a way it has no impact, hazardous impact on the society. And this is the important thing which may go beyond out of the scope, but I like to mention, so there are some advanced microorganisms that are developed from genetic engineering sciences, and these microorganisms are capable of dissolving many waste product that we are developing today. If it is chemical, if it is solid, if it is in liquid form, gaseous form, it's really important. By the way, super important for blue economy, because with the help of this microorganism, we can clean our oceans, we can clean our water, we can clean our rivers. So this is really a big, 15 minutes are really very short to talk about these topics, but I just, like it's just a very seed knowledge that I would like to share with you. So thank you guys. And if you have any questions, you can ask, and I will like to thank you for this wonderful event, and especially for the organizer who are taking in part of it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hafiz Ali. It's an intriguing presentation. You have been explaining the philosophy of sustainability itself in so many facets and elements that is comprehensive. Thank you so much. So is the certificate ready? Okay, so before we will display the certificate for you, let's open question and answer session. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you have question, please do not hesitate to raise your hand or type your question in the chat column so that I can read and convey it to Professor Hafiz Ali. Okay, meanwhile, let's have some sort of discussion. Okay, so as far as I know, when we are talking about sustainability, what I know what France has been doing is the circular economy to make zero waste. So the way they are doing this is to place the factory in order according to their waste. So the waste of one company will be the raw materials for another company, and it makes zero waste and supporting the circular economy. So can you give the example maybe how so far in UK this practices has been conducted?
All right. So, okay, for example, like these examples which I showed, we've been, talking in different, for example, this is some of these in Malaysia, UAE, US, and in UK right now. So, okay, this is really interesting question, and I would like to explain in a bit more detail because, okay, when we say circular economy, right? Circular economy is a subset of sustainable economy. The reason is when you talk about circular economy, you are designing something. Let me show this diagram to explain. Okay, you're designing something, you're having materials, structures, processes, maintenance and disposal, and then you start. For example, if you're following a 6R model, recycle, reuse, redesign, remanufacture, etc. So in this circular economy, you are designing something, you're utilizing the material, and you reuse the material, right? But the thing is, achieving sustainability in this circular economy is very challenging. How to follow these point, design material. So if we try to save a lot of resources plus energy in design, then in material, then in structures, then in processes, maintenance, and up to disposal. So at the end, we have a very big comparative advantage as compared to the circular economy, because it's a circular economy. It is reutilizing the material, but the challenge is how efficient it is. That's the thing. The more efficient it is, more sustainable that circular economy is. So I hope that's the answer of your question. I can talk in for a few many hours, but I'm limited to time as well. So yeah.
Okay, indeed. Even the challenges exist also. It's like it needs a lot of investment to become green for a company. So it's really not an easy part. Okay, I would like also to invite, because we have Professor Enkelde still here. Would you like to interact with Mr. Hafiz Ali here regarding sustainability? Because we are representing so many countries here. We can definitely exchange ideas of what have been implemented in each of the countries regarding sustainability, green economy, blue economy. Okay, Prof. Enkelde.
All right. One thing I would like to add, this is a really interesting thing you mentioned. Applying this philosophy, like this is, for example, some part of it, I agree. For example, using advanced technology, yes, it requires, like investment or initial input. But, like I'm talking about this mindset. As a user and a designer, as a maintenance engineer, as a material scientist, if we have this philosophy in our mind, right, we can, this is what sustainability is. This is what it's saying, that we can save a lot of mental effort, lot of human effort, lots of labor, lots of energy, and lots of resources. Eventually, what we are gaining is profit. And this is coming from digitalization of these things. So to achieve this thing, we have artificial intelligence system, right? Okay, let's say people argue that artificial intelligence system require a lot of investment and they are expensive. Okay, to some extent, even if I agree, then this is the thing we are talking about here is the mindset, right? This is where everything starts from. If we have a mindset set in a way, for example, as a user, I mentioned, if we have a mindset, if we having a water bottle made of plastic, and we know where to recycle it and where to dispose it properly, it starts from here. It is saving us a cost. It is saving us energy, resources, money, and lots of things. So yeah, this is really interesting. And yeah, because in this section, circular economy, green, blue, and like sustainability, there is a thin line, like it's really hard to differentiate. But once we, as a human, capable of understanding these concepts and differentiate these philosophy, then we understand, okay, there are higher levels of sustainability. Sustainability in your mind. Sustainability starts from your thought process. Then you act on it and implement, just like I showed. We started to think about it, then eventually we started to implement on our, like closed society and closed loop, then eventually expanding to the like industrial level and eventually international level. So yes, I'm happy to answer.
I agree.
But yeah,
I
it's getting
agree.
very late.
I agree that with this sustainability concept, we need to go in levels. I do agree that first we need to start with the mindset. And even when we are talking about the capital to initiate to go green, for example, for a company, like to compare the capital that we are going to invest on that and the long-term benefit that we are going to have, I think it's totally worth it. Yeah, so yeah, if the mindset is there, the start is already correct, and we are indulging this journey together and progress bit by bit. It's not like we are implementing sustainability in all the segments entirely at once. It should be in levels. I do agree. Okay, is there any question from ladies and gentlemen here? Maybe our speakers would like to also interact with each other when we have still the discussions moment here. And meanwhile, I have another curiosity. Like when you are talking about design is matter, really, I do agree, because when you have a smart design, it will lead also to a smart structure, yeah, also with a smart material. But my question is that in developing countries, this has been a problem because
Yeah.
Because not a smart design, not a small material, it will be a huge disposal at the end, and we don't have many ideas how to reuse this. Like so far we have this technology to recycle glass, plastics, waste that we are using every day, but more than that, I don't think that people are going further. So okay, so what will be the best advice for developing countries in these terms?
Right. So, like when I say design, yes, this is important to think about design of, like when you are designing different products or different materials. So my research that I'm doing currently is programmable materials. So you can use a same material for different multiple applications. So once it developed, right? So it means you don't need to redesign or make change of properties again and again. So it's a one design, right, that transform its properties according to the need. So this is really, I know this is really challenging, that we are here to work on it. We are doing research, we are doing hard work to give this opportunity to design and these benefits to the people who can't afford it, or who can't, who who don't know how to design or how to work on it. So that's why we are here. This is our sustainability responsibility, to help with those people with these smart structures and design. Okay, so this is the design. You can program it any way you like, just like your laptop. You can use it in any way you like, right? For productivity or watching movies, it's on you. But this is on us. As a design engineer, as a material scientist, once these things develop, if you see many innovations, for example, like invention of Wi-Fi or artificial intelligence, especially GPT-3, it is helping some people design that, right, who had the resources for that. But now these technologies and this mindset or these materials or this design helping all the other mankind which do not have this mindset or the design capabilities or skills to work on it. But this is the only thing they need to know about sustainable mind. That's it. If they have this mind, they can save a lot for themselves, and they can utilize the resources which are saved from so many people having the same mindset with effectively and cost effectively, especially as well.
Mhm. Yes, indeed. Okay, last question for you, Mr. When we are going digital, in one side, okay, everything seems more sustainable because, of course, we are going paperless and everything. But in the other side, it will be, we will have the increasement of carbon footprints. So, in my question will be like, what is actually the dark side of what seems to be sustainable? Because so many companies are declaring themselves to be sustainable somehow, but it's not a real sustainable, actually. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, okay, I would like to inquire your opinion about this.
Yeah, for example, when I started my slide, I have started with 3 fundamental challenges, open question, the dark sides as well. So one of the was, for example, the manufacturing processes. Now it's getting improved, yes, but like the manufacturing processes of like silicon wafers, and then adding up into converting into the solar panels and then solar structures, and like require a lot of resources and materials, and like manufacturing cost. So once you compare with sustainability, and efficiency is coming quite closer, right? And yes, the materials, let's say, I will not talk too much about this EVs, right? But yes, there is, you can say, a gray area, right, in which the processes from which we develop lithium-ion batteries, and like lithium polymer batteries or any battery technology, right? It requires some chemical processing, chemical, reactions. So that's why working on these processes, we can save a lot of environmental and like financial assets while working on it. And especially I give and the third question was about the food we consume, right? So this is really important, like the food we consume now these days. We are hearing a term, and like for I don't know, for past 20 years we never heard of it. Now people say this is organic food and this is processed food, right? So organic food is like something coming out of from like natural soil, but processed food is processed with some chemicals, with some like machining, like machining, or like some gases. So this processed food, why we need processed food? Because our demand is too much, right? Industry cannot provide everyone with organic healthy food, so the food is processed, right? So because to meet the demand, otherwise there will be a hunger, right? So there is a very like balance between these processes and the demand and the sustainability. That's one of the biggest challenge, right? So to achieve that, if we start thinking about starting from the design, material, processes, it will help us eventually, right? And it will help us to like to give resources to the people, right, which may not have access right now, and we can help these people in a way, the effort we are putting right now.
Okay, thank you. Such a comprehensive answer. Okay, Mr. Hafiz Ali, thank you again for joining us in the seminar. It's been a pleasure. We will invite you again for our next series of Erasmus seminar. Okay, now we will try to display the certificate for you. Can you please assist us to take off the presentation, please, from the screen?
Yes. Okay. I guess, is it fine? Is it gone?
Yes, it is already. Okay. Buelo, can you please help me to display the certificate, please? Okay, so we have a little bit of technical challenge here to face. It's okay. We will send the certificate for you. But again, thank you so much. Okay, and keep on spirited. I know that you are in your PhD study right now. I'm hoping the best for that, inshallah. And you need to enrich this world with good design, smart design. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have our last speaker for today's seminar is Professor Dr. Abdul Sattar Sant from Quest Nawab Shah, Pakistan. But unfortunately, he is not feeling well. He is currently sick, so he couldn't join us. And we are looking forward to have him a swift recovery, and therefore he can join us in our next series of conference. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, by this is the end of our day 2 seminar of the World Conference, Blue Economy, Green Economy, and Digital Business Towards Sustainable Development, a part of Erasmus program Jamone activities from Narotama University in cooperation with Rudan University in Russia. I would like to again thank you, all the participants, all the keynote speeches, all the speakers, of course, because they are the main attraction in the seminar. Thank you again for sharing your expertise, exchanging knowledge and idea. And this is actually a platform for us to make more and more innovations and contributing for the progress and development of the world. So again, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. I'm Ani, signing off. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye.